Good morning, everyone. Vindy here with FuturestraderElite. Give me just a second to adjust some things and we'll get going. Morning, Remod, Micro, Merlin, good morning. Don't forget to go ahead and smash that like button on the stream before we get going today. Help push it out there further. And we get to 20 likes on the stream again today. I'm going to give away a copy of the Mindset book. We have a reboot link at the beginning of chat in case we need to reboot for some reason today. Discord link. So this morning in pre-market, what a drop we've had pullback wise. Starting of course back here to the left, just a straight grind down. I think it was a couple hundred points maybe. Yeah, 200, 220, 30, something like that. We'll see. I need to see if I need to adjust any boxes here before the market opens. As you can see, we have some bearish imbalance up here with this 4-hour zone. This 4-hour zone right here overhead, 290, 300 area, that is on the current 4-hour candle that we're working on. And then you have the imbalance overhead from the 15-minute, 350 to 300. And then you have, look at all them EMAs. The high time frame was the 15, the 60, the 30, previous day low, S1 pivot. All kinds of confluence up here. I don't know if it's going to get up there anytime soon. But let's say that they opened the market up today and drove it straight up into that area. I'd be shorting up there pretty fast. But I don't think that's what they're going to do. I think something must have been said in the news this morning, or I'm not too sure. It was like 7 o'clock market time or something. This started to grind down and oil started to go up. I think it was close to $102 a barrel. And then MNQ started going down. So not 100% sure what was going on there. I'm going to move this box down because that right there is the low of the 4-hour candle we're working on right now. So we'll leave that there. In case it opens up and wants to retest this, you know, might wait till after the first 15 minutes get put in this morning before I think about making any kind of trades, just because I kind of want to fill it out and see what they want to do when they open here. You know, you got your overnight low right here around 7 or 238, and the pre-market high right now is around 269. Previous day low 298, 300 up here, and all this mess. Pre-market low, bottom of the 4-hour candle right now, around 36, and then everything else is pretty much overhead, really. Got our golden pivot way up there around 418, 420, previous day high around 453. Also inside some more imbalance up there. Overnight high 512. Yep, back here. So big drop from the overnight high, really. Got a nice V shape here. Tried to out of this zone down here. And then, you know, you see they got a relief leg down right here. They drove up, got a relief leg down. See if they want to continue this up. The overall bias is bearish right now in the intraday. So we'll see what they do. See if they can break this above the 5-minute 50 here. And S2 pivot would be nice to maybe think about some longs, but wait and see what they have in store for us once they open. We have some imbalance already back here. Let me double check this real quick. From about 71 to 81, there's some imbalance here. On the 5-minute already, there's lots of some imbalance overhead on the 5-minute. 232 to like 210. Something like that there. Overhead. So, what if they sweep the 5-minute 50 and the S2, push a little hard, and then reject, out of that up there. Maybe if they pull back into this imbalance at the open, just have to see what they shoot the ATR up to and go from there. Morning, Hawk. Hope everybody's been having a good morning. Hope everybody's locked in and ready. Being patient. Make sure I size down at the open here in the micros. I'm only probably going to start with depending on what it looks like. I intend on starting with 1 micro depending on what happens and go from there. Say they pull this back to this zone here from 71 to 81 and side to side, that I like what it looks like when it gets there and I want to get in. I might only jump in there with 1 right there, thinking that if they decide they want to put a intraday double bottom in right here, drop on down and retest this bottom, then I can add to my position if I start it here. And if I only start with 1, it'll put me in a better position if I average in down there. And then the same thing, up here. I'm not too sure I'd go short in this box. I really need to see what it looks like. What if today ends up being an overall bearish day anyway, all day? And it's like short the pop kind of day. Instead of buy the dip, it's short the pop. So we'll see. We'll just have to try to adapt to the market, whatever it wants to do today, and stay patient, stay disciplined, stay in control. If you enjoy the streams, be sure to smash that like button before we even before we start the trading day. That way it's out of the way, and push it out there further on YouTube. We get to 20 likes on the stream today. I'm going to give away another copy of the Mindset book to somebody in the chat. I was able to get a decent trade in around power hour yesterday. Copy trading across a few accounts. I appreciate that, Merlin. The caught a little trade there, quick trade with like 20. I had 25, no, 30 micros, I think. kept trying to retest the 50 EMA on the 30-minute and power hour, and it was consolidating like it wanted to pop, and was able to catch a nice trade out of that. I posted a short about it yesterday. They're looking good here, building with this little bitty structure here on the above the 50-minute. I mean, above the 50 EMA on the 1 minute. We have about just over a minute and a half, around a minute and a half before the market opens. ATR right now sitting around 1150, 12. And so really, on as far as on the day, right now, if we look at structure, you know, typically if you're under the golden pivot, you would be bearish bias on the intraday, and the golden pivot's way up here. We're way below it, but got about 30 something seconds. We really need to get back above, say, 365 or so, to think that they might want to flip this to a bullish bias on the intraday. So it's quite a ways away, about 200 points. That don't mean they can't do it though. We have about 18 seconds left before the market opens. ATR has already jumped up over 20, and we're not open yet. About 5 seconds. And there we go. I think I'll like to test that idea of out of this imbalance here on the 5 minute, and then maybe hold down into the pre-market low here if they do want to try to get down there, and maybe add to my position. See if they leave me at the train station here. Look at this. Since they tapped the top of our imbalance there and did that, I'm removing my order, because now if this comes back down, I'm going to be looking for them to test the pre-market low. I was looking for first reaction out of that zone. That would have been the first reaction, the touch of the top of the box. That don't mean it can't come down here to the middle and do it again, but that kind of invalidates the trade. You want first reaction. I'd be willing to put up some risk here, though, back at the bottom of the 4-hour candle. Excuse me. Wow, look at that. Still would have worked inside that imbalance. But I had reasoning to invalidate my trade there. And they could still just come up a little bit, tap, say, the 50 EMA on the 1 minute. Got all these in the 21 EMA, everything's right there. They could reject and still come down. We just need to give them time, see what they want to do. That's a really nice push out of that area. Really nice push. $60, $70 points it looks like. Nice. Did anybody happen to get in that long out of that zone we had down there? That imbalance? Excuse me. If anybody is just getting on to the stream, if we need the reboot, there's a reboot link at the beginning of chat. That way, if I lose y'all, just go to that link in chat, and that's where I'll be if I have to reboot. All right, back up here to the 50 MA on the warnings. See if they sweep here. I mean, they got room. They got some room for expansion here to the upside. So. ATR is up around 35. Excuse me. Still got about 10 minutes before the 15-minute orb will lock in. Right now we're about 181 on the top and about 69 on the bottom, so about 120 points or so in the orb right now, and it still has time to expand it. Button in the bottom side of that 5-minute 50 EMA and that S2 pivot could be enough to push it back down, possibly. Morning special K. Morning Prime. Oh, morning Cole. There's Cole. Cole, seen you posting in the Discord yesterday. Congratulations on the win. I know you've been busy. Struggling pretty good here. Still at this pivot in the bottom side of that 50. I decided to go short there because they're struggling. Now that I'm short, they'll probably push it the other way. So if everybody wants to go long, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Struggle's pretty good right here so far. I would like to see them get a decent rejection down into here. Maybe even come down and test the bottom side of the orb. But I got my cover there at the 50 EMA just in case that ain't the case. And I may have to cut the trade manually, you know. The 5-minute candle has about 50 seconds to close. If it can close under the 50 EMA, then I should be in good shape. If not, then I might not be in good shape. The 1, 2, and 5-minute are exhausted pretty good. They're all overbought. Maybe can see them put in some kind of range right here. Maybe. Got about 5 seconds on the 5-minute. Looks like it's going to close under the 50, but the 5-minute candle closed green though. It would have been nice if it closed red, but either way, that's fine. If I can get a hard candle down, I'm gonna move this in the green just to keep myself safe. Probably stop out. Well, let's go. Push. Push. But I stopped it. Typical. I don't really care if I stop out. Starting the morning off in some funded accounts, so I'm gonna keep my wrist tight until I rotate into some evals. I'll loosen up a little bit on the risk, but I'm gonna start out small and keep my wrist tight for right now. I'm not looking for any kind of home runs. I'm just looking for some base hits to compound them, stack them. Home runs are payouts are what I consider a home run. I don't need a 100-point move to prove anything. I just need my base hits to compound, copied across a few accounts at a time, and then let them stack up. Glad I put my stop in to get stopped out there. Looks like they're finally going to try to move this on up here. Although they could get up to this imbalance here on the 5-minute reject. We got the overnight low here. Pre-market highs right up here. So be patient and see what the market's going to tell me. Couldn't hardly get a bounce in pre-market. Tried to counter trend trade on the drop and was getting itty bitty pops, you know. Wasn't worth it. Now here we go getting these drives. Kind of thinking it'd be a short on the day, but maybe they want to turn this around and change it to a bullish bias on the intraday. Although on the higher time frames, we needed to have a real good pullback anyway. And I honestly think it needs to pull on back more than it did this morning. Say maybe to 20. 26,000, around 26,850 to 860, or no, probably 860 to 870, somewhere in that area. I think would look better if we could pull back to there on the higher time frame for another leg up, considering we was putting in all-time highs, you know. Nice little drive up into that imbalance there. We got a couple more minutes for the orbs locked in. Well, actually about a minute. Try to take the first red candle on the kill zone exhaustion on the 1 minute and 2 minute here and see if we get some kind of decent little pullback. Throw in the stop overhead just to protect myself in case they want to go keep extending this. Try to keep the wrist tight. Looks like I think that's about 40 points I'm risking. 40 bucks that I'm risking to get a decent little base hit, you know. They're really fighting there on that candle. I don't like it, so I'm putting that in. They just have to stop me out. I do not care. Come on, let's go. Push. It's fine. Whatever. I'm not going to sit in and trade for 30 or 40 minutes with one contract waiting to see and let it go against me 40, 50, or stop me out 100 points when I can just grab a few points and protect my funded account. You know, I was looking to get the second red candle. Should have been a harder down candle. Might be the third one here. I'm fine. It means I'll leave some on the table if I get it, if it comes down there, but that's the name of the game. It's about protecting the account, so gotta do what I gotta do. You know, maybe if they gave us some kind of pullback here, maybe down to 150s or so, 150, 160 down here by the 1 minute 50. I could see maybe a long play out of that maybe. They're working on them higher lows and them higher highs, you know. Off of this we put in, got a higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. So, you know, they can come back down and get close to the 150 to 160 range and still be a higher low. So something to look at if there's a pullback and they want to keep grinding this up. I'll be watching for that area. They filled an imbalance, so we can take that off. Still, the 1, 2, and 5 minute time frames are still pretty extended on the momentum indicator. ATR is around 20. Looks like they will be struggling pretty good if they want to keep driving this up to try to clean all this up. Look how mixed up these 50 EMAs are on the higher time frames. The 15 comes first, then the 1 hour, then the 30-minute. Plus the imbalance, plus the S1 pivot, plus the previous day low, and a 4-hour zone there. So it's a lot going on there. They push into this area. I'm going to be looking to short unless they, even if they pull back right here, let's say down here, like I said, around 160, 150 to 160, somewhere in this area, and I could get in long, I would still be looking to flip short somewhere up there. Probably something more like that, maybe for now. Well, we got this here. I'd probably say something more like that. 157 and 167. Come down in here, protect this low, catch the 50 on the 1 minute, maybe. So the orb is locked in. That's the orb high and the orb low. We're at the orb high now. Trying to reject back in. Orb low down here, around 69. I'm going to try to play the exhaustion here again on the momentum. The 1 and the 2 minute candles closed at the same time red. So I was willing to put up a little more risk there. Or not a little more, just put up some risk there. I'd like to get our drop down here close to this zone. And if it does, I'm going to buy 2. That way I can cover the one I have and go long down here. Although it might not come quite there. We got that 5 minute 50 and the S2 pivot there. So maybe right down around there. Around that 180 level, maybe. I'm going to try to give this one a little more room to breathe here and see what happens. And push. Need to get a decent push to the downside here. Otherwise, they might try to take this back up. Struggling hard up here. I'm going to close my trade right there. I don't like that. Can't quite get what I want. Have to kind of know when, like I said, I don't want to give it that. I want to give it a little time to breathe, but not that much time. When the struggle's real for them to go on and drop it, chances are it might be coming back against me. Of course, I get out. Now they want to go down. Happens all the time. I'm good with it. Question is, are we going to bounce out of this 5 minute 50 area? Or are they going to try to come down a little bit more to the S2 here maybe? Or the 50 on the 1 minute down here in our box here? This probably needs to be about like that. Oil, the price of oil is dropping. It was just under 99. It's at $99 right now. So it's kind of gradually been going down ever since it spiked up some there in pre-market. There's plenty of room for expansion to the downside right here on the lower time frames. You can see the 1 minute's about to cover, go over the, cross over the 50-yard line here to the downside. The 2 and the 5 minute are way up here. They still got a lot of room to the downside, but I don't know that that's what's in play here. They might try to bounce this out of this whole area right here if they want to try to keep this bullish. I'm going to go long right here off at that 50, 5 minute and see if that's what they want to do. They could grind them, those momentum indicators on the 2 and 5 could stay overbought for quite a while. Maybe this 1 minute sweeps the 50-yard line and turns around right here and tries to drive this back up. Like maybe if they just sweep the 50 on the 1 minute. See if they try to turn this around here. If not, it's not going to look real good if they take out this low right here where it wicked down to. Got about 10 seconds for this to close. I wish that they would push this back in and close up here in this zone, in this box, and then maybe open up the next candle and push higher. But they really need to protect 153 here, 154. Morning gore. I'm going to close that out. That ain't looking too good. Not looking too good at all. What's up, Jake? Morning. Come on, push. Push, 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 push. They need to get back up above that 5 minute 50 and close. I got about 20 seconds on the 1 minute to do so. They can push a little harder and get up here, say 190. We could see another leg up. They need to push it. And then they'd have a little room for expansion to the upside. They need to push. Need to tighten this up. They're struggling to find the legs to push it, it looks like. Shouldn't have been that difficult in the upward grind that we've been in. You know, ideally, I would like to see them come up here and try to tackle 226 or so. Next. They got plenty of room on the 1 minute to expand to the upside for some relief, but I'm going to follow this sort of tight. If they can cross this 1 minute momentum indicator across 50-yard line and close this candle we're in right here, we should get a decent push to the upside. Don't mean it has to happen, but ideally that's what you would be looking for. Close above the momentum 50-yard line right there, and you should see a decent push. I'm going to sell there if they turn this around or whip it up real fast. I just need a decent base hit here. Come on, push. Push, 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 push. Oh, don't stop me. All right, that's fine. Stop me, but ideally, if they push this and close above the 50-yard line, they're going to push this higher on that 1 minute. Thing is, the 2 and the 5 minute have plenty of room to the downside. Oh, it's another line on here. Still, it looks pretty good, you know. I don't know how much I like the ATRs at 18. Have to be careful here. They're tapping into that 50 on the 5 minute there. If they can't find the strength to get up here and put in another higher high, then possibility to start looking for some shorts, maybe. Don't forget to smash that like button on the stream if you're enjoying the stream. Help us push it out there on YouTube further and grow the community. We get 20 likes on the stream. I'm gonna give out the Trader Mindset book to somebody in the chat again today. If you're new to the chat today, let us know in chat. Let us know you're here, that you found us, and if you want to join the Discord, there is a link to the Discord at the beginning of the chat. Micro said do it to it. Anybody taking any trades yet since the market's open? If so, are you green? Red? ATR hop back up to around 21. Nice, Cole. Cole got 130 to go to pass another eval. Kind of really nothing to do right here in this zone. I mean, if you think you want to go long, I guess you go long here. Nice. Micro made 3% on the cash account. Trading the small caps, it looked like, and practicing on MNQ. Like it, Micro. Looks like they're kind of setting us up right now to be pop some people out. You know, already early into the market open. Not even 30 minutes, and they need to give us a definitive answer what they want to do. Yes, we are in somewhat of a upward grind, but now we're sideways, and I don't really want to try to get long right here, even if it is bullish, because just as soon as I try to get long right here, it'll want to pull back further. All the momentum indicators are all crossed over. They're not even in line with one another. I need the market to kind of smooth itself out a little bit where we can read it a little better. Merlin says he's green in 3 evals. Nice, Merlin. I'm like a small base hit green across the funded. Looks like first base, 57.50. Well, with slippage, they're a little bit different, but I may end up switching to some evals myself here soon. See what the market wants to do. Decent little push here. Finally getting to that 226 area I was looking for when I was in it. You know, they're going to have to prove to us right here to either put in a higher high coming up through this leg here, or we might be looking for a rejection at the top of the orb again. Ideally, if they can break through it and put in a higher high here, I'm going to be looking for a short play between this pre-market high up here at 269 to 279, where that 15-minute 50 is up there. I'll be paying attention if they put in a higher high and get to this area up here. Yeah, so I'll be looking for some kind of maybe first reaction play up here in this upper box here, 279 to 269. And then possible pullback situation into this one here if they want to keep driving this higher. We didn't put in a higher high here, but that's not quite that important just yet because it's just this one. If they pull back and put in another higher low, they can still drive this higher and put in a higher high. So I'll patiently wait for that and see what happens. Oil's back a little over $100 a barrel now. I was kind of hoping to see that gradually keep moving downward. Would make me think there a better possibility NQ is going to move upward. When I see oil start crossing, easing its way back up and going over 100 like that, makes me think I need to start paying attention for short plays in NQ. Market conditions can change quickly in the middle of the day, intraday, with everything going on in the Middle East with the oil problems and everything. And then you got the Mag 7 earnings this week. 5 of the 7 have earnings this week. So you just never know when something's going to happen in the news. It's going to make something pop. And if it does, it can invalidate a whole lot of your zones. It could blow right through them like they're not there. Kind of just trading sideways, you know. A little bit of a grind up. ATR is down around 17. The mindset book micro is something I done myself. Uh, it just a lot of the psychology and covers emotions and all that. Behind trading, all the things we go through as traders. I'll just read the introduction to it. Is the The FTE trader mindset, why psychology matters more than strategy. Trading looks simple on the surface. Green means up, red means down. Buy low, sell high. But every trader figures out the truth the hard way. The chart isn't your enemy. Your own mind is. You don't blow accounts because you can't read a candle. You blow accounts because you jump in too early. You can't sit on your hands. You freeze when it finally gives you the setup. You move your stop because you believe. You revenge trade after one bad loss. You trade to make the day back. You size up when you shouldn't. You panic out of winners. You can't accept being wrong. None of those are chart problems. They aren't indicator problems. They aren't system problems. They are you versus your problems. And that's why this book exists. And it goes on and on in the introduction about some stuff. Now, I did it because I've been in the trenches. I've been exactly where every trader's been. Inconsistent, impatient, overconfident one day, terrified the next, blowing accounts, passing evaluations, and then failing funded accounts, making simple mistakes that I already knew better than to make, but I kept doing them. And, you know, you learn quick. Discipline's the problem. You got to stay disciplined. Either your mind's going to work for you or against you. And I'm sure many different people would get many different aspects out of the book. You know, it touches on so much. It's almost 100 pages, I think. What we got going on here, a little pullback below the 5-minute 50 and the tapping the S2 pivot in our little box here. Too much room for expansion to the downside, really, for me to want to try to take it long here. I'd have to see them, you know, prove that they want to bounce out of here. Like the candle they're working on now. Suck it back up, push in the green, open up in another hard green candle. But we'll see. I appreciate that, Merlin. Yep, Micro. Merlin's had it. It helped him. You know, and just me reading snippets out of it during the live stream here and there makes me go back and read it. It's been a while since I read it myself. I mean, it's good to stay tap into those areas because as traders, we get away from some things during the day. And I know there are several things in that book that I still myself find myself doing days. Some, not every day, but some days I find it. And so it's good to be able to just look back at it. I really like it. Skim through it, go to whatever chapter you're that you might need a little help with. Or I think there's just a lot more that goes into trading than people realize. And I think that's why the rate amount, statistically, the amount of people that make it, I think, is so low, is because it truly is. Trading is one of the hardest things you'll ever do. And it's because not so much of the trading part as much as the psychological side of it and having to be in control. And I know everybody hears terms from people out there, well, that especially that don't understand trading, they automatically say you're a gambler. Well, a lot of people come into the market gambling. If you're going to treat it like a slot machine, it's going to treat you back like a slot machine. So yeah, parent patience, patience and control. Leave the fear and the greed and everything at the door, every emotion possible. This is a job, you know. You have to limit your risk. And it's just like if I go out and if I do 10 jobs for somebody. Say I go out and, well, I was a contractor, remodeler. Say I do go out and do 10 beautiful bathrooms. But then I did horrible on the 11th. That one horrible job is going to make it look like I never did those 10 beautiful jobs. And the same thing goes when you take 10 beautiful trades and you stack them base hits, and then you take that one horrible 11th trade, it wipes all those 10 out. Have to manage the risk. The struggle's pretty real down here at the S2 pivot. I'm not liking the price action already. Not even 10-20 market time. And I already don't like the price action. Maybe we'll find us a good setup here pretty soon, maybe, if we're lucky. Micro, I need to practice buying and holding. Everything I've done for the past 2 years has been holding less than 5 minutes. Well, so I get what you're going through there. That's why basically everything I teach here is about trading with structure. You know, unless it just depends on, and not every trade is going to be the same, but depending on how you manage your risk. If you manage it by R&R is one thing. Well, I'll take a 10-point stop for a 30-point take profit or something, whatever your R&R is, or a 50-point stop to a 50-point, a 1-in-1, take profit, 50-point that one way, 50-point the other way. I base everything usually on structure. I get stopped out pretty fast sometimes, especially if I'm in my funded accounts. But you got to know when to let go, and then when to hold. Usually if the structure, if you're in a trade and the market does not invalidate the structure on the chart, then you should stay in. But as soon as it invalidates it, you should be ready to get out. I won't ever go back to small caps, more than likely. I spent plenty of time doing that in my lifetime. If anything, I might do some options again one day, but I don't know yet. I don't see it in my future anytime soon. I'm just going to stick with the futures and stick mainly with one instrument. And if you're new to futures, you really do need to stick to one instrument until you get the hang of things. I think hopping through instruments in futures is about as bad as strategy hopping. Not all instruments are going to move the same. Now you can apply the same concepts that I teach to any instrument, but that don't mean that you should be trading all instruments if you're new, like every day, switching back and forth. Focus on one, just like you would focus on one strategy. Learn it, get it under your belt, and then do the same thing with the instrument. Learn the way the structure moves on a daily basis. You start seeing things clear, and then once you get all that down, then maybe move to another instrument. Unless there's just a particular, unless you're new and you just say you trade MNQ and you're like, well, I don't like that. It moves too fast, too wild. I need to move something slow down. You might think about going to ES, you know, a little smoother moving. And then any other number of instruments that are out there. I hadn't traded ES in a while, or MES, but I have, and I will. Maybe, I don't know. Just depends. I plan on sticking just with NQ and MNQ for now. But I have traded that in ES and gold and crude oil. That's about all I've traded with futures that I can think of. I don't remember. Oh, and I traded some Bitcoin too at one point. I like to keep things simple as I can, though. And for me, that means, you know what? I just want to trade one instrument every day, because then I don't have to mark up a bunch of different charts. I can just pay attention to the structure of one instrument, have my drawings on several different charts, and only have to draw them on one chart, and they automatically share to, say, the one that is on the screen now, because I got everything set globally. Like, I can pull up a chart on my other screen, just say, and say I want to put a box. I'm looking at the 4-hour chart, and there's a little bit here. Switch this and say that's a bearish and balance zone. And then I can click on it and share it, and bam, it just hopped on my chart right over here at the top. This red box above the orb high here. I did that on a chart that I was off screen on. So I like to keep everything pretty simple like that. Otherwise, I'm all day on different charts, drawing things up, looking for areas and zones and everything, you know. So and then that way I got my high time frame charts to the side. I can pull them up, look at them, draw on them, and then it gets added to my execution chart. Less work. I like that. So we take out this low here, 139, 140. Could see some momentum to the downside if they take this wick out to the left. And then we would have to be thinking, hey, they're going to come tap this orb low here. Maybe try some kind of double intraday bottom right here. If anybody has any questions, just throw them in the chat. Try to answer them. As long as it don't bleed into something to do with the precision trading course, I will. Hit the bottom pivot. Laura says the bottom pivot. Which pivot you talking about, Laura? The S3 pivot down here? 931? Or are you looking at a different pivot to the downside? Or are you looking at one of these drawings on the chart? Oh, yeah. You talking about the S3? Go down there and have a look real quick. Yeah. Yeah, that would be nice. I don't think he was on, no, earlier, Gore. I was talking about, you know, it wouldn't look too bad really, I don't think it'd look too bad at all if they would come down and hit somewhere between probably between 865 and, or no, probably between 875 and 885 area on the 4 hour, because we've been so extended on the bull side, driving the market up and all-time highs. We could come down to that. That'd be the 50 on the 4 hour, and it still look good on our part, but give us a lot of relief to get back to the upside. Who knows though? Somebody's posting in the P&L already. Oh, Merlin's posted in the P&L. 3 evals. Locking in about 550 or better across all three of them. Nice job, Merlin. Merlin's in the chat with us today on the stream. He's one of the elite members that read the mindset book and made some differences for him. I'm glad it worked and made sense. He has been outstanding at locking in that green every day. Crazy. I like it. I like it so much. And he's active in Discord, so feel free to ask him questions. Just don't be blowing up his DMs for no reason. Go over into the Discord and start up something in the chat room or something. If you're new to the stream today, maybe you're a long-time listener, first-time caller type ordeal. Let us know in chat that you made it here. Let us know if you're enjoying the chat, and make sure you smash that like button on the chat, on the stream. I'm sorry. Help push it out there further on YouTube. We're already at 13. If we get to 20, somebody's going to get their hands on the mindset book again today. Are y'all like, let's talk and vend in more trading? Well, I can't do that. I can't do more trading because I don't just get in trades because we're live streaming. I get in trades because they need to make sense. We trade with discipline and structure, not hype and whatever else you want to call it. You don't always got to be in a trade. And if you do, you have found the right place to be, because if you stay here long enough, you'll realize that's wrong. I appreciate that, Gore. I appreciate you being so active in the chat and in Discord, and sharing what you're doing and showing people what's possible. And if everybody on here is in Discord, I added a channel like a week ago in there about report fraud. If y'all get some kind of messages or if you get something from me or somebody that's spamming me, report the fraud and then snapshot it or something and share it in that channel in Discord so that everybody can see. They get pretty good at trying to copy the profile and all that, but it's always something real little that you might not see, like in the username or something. I'm never just going to DM you and try to sell you something or tell you how to set your settings and who to be friends with and that I'm going to trade your money or do any nonsense like that. You'll never, as soon as you see that, you should know that it's a scam. Not no problem, Merlin. Appreciate you being here and being as active as you are every day with Discord and then here in the stream. Got us. I don't know what they're doing here. The fact that they closed and stayed under that S2 pivot and now they're breaking that 140 level I was talking about, they could find something to the downside. We'll see if they get to the orb low here and maybe reevaluate for a long play possibly. Oh, spammers in the chat. Jake from State Farm. Well, you canceled my insurance, Jake. Jake's done a great job. Jake is new to futures, but not new to trading. He just started trading futures finally with us. Me and Jake go way back. Way back. Trading penny stocks and options together. The Wild Wild West. Sure crazy how they dropped that PDT rule though. I have to pay by preview. I knew I forgot to do something. I actually do need to pay my insurance today, I think. Ooh, what is this? Well, Micro's asking about the own cash account versus prop firm accounts going funded. Well, I'm gonna be honest. If I didn't even know anything about futures when I first started trading, and when I went full time, had I known about futures when I went full time, I probably would have never did some other stuff. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but I don't know why anybody wouldn't want to use someone else's capital instead of their own. And you'd have to start if you're going to use your own account in futures. You'd have to start small, and you really gotta stay disciplined because you have to start small because you're going to have to put so much in there if you want to trade any kind of amount of say like the minis or even micros. So you got to kind of build it up. And I think, well, why risk your own capital? I mean, you can go get someone else's capital, pass an eval, go to funded, and take payouts. And then, I mean, if you blow it, you blow it, but you're only out of what you spent to get the eval. Whereas if you're not disciplined, even if you're a disciplined trader, I mean, say you're trading futures with your own cash account and you take a $2,000 or $3,000 hit, and now because you took a $2,000 or $3,000 hit, that's your actual money, and you might not be able to trade as many. Say you was able to trade 5 or 6, 7, 8 micros with however much was in the account. You take a big hit like that, then you might only be allowed to trade 1 micro, maybe 2, and then it takes forever to build back up to the level where you can get the 5, 6, or 7, or 10, however many. I just think it's smarter to use someone else's capital. Keep your capital. Don't never use it, and just sit on it. And then if you buy eval for $100 and you blow it, well, you're out of $100. If you buy eval for $100 and you pass it and you take it to funded and take one payout of 1,000 or 1,500, you only paid 10% of the money you made off the account. So then you didn't even lose no money, and you still have your own capital, your personal capital. Now, I mean, if you just have it like that and have that kind of money, so much money that don't matter. I mean, I could understand. If I had more money and I knew what to do with, I'd probably have a personal account, but I don't have it like that. And I don't think most traders probably have it like that. And it's easy to say buy a Bullinox eval for 20 bucks. And if I blow it, I'm only out 20 bucks. But if I pass the eval, I got to spend $148 to activate it to funded. I got to trade it for 10 days and get the 54,100, and I get to take 1,500 as a payout. And you do that 3 times, and after the third time you can take out however much you want. So I mean, if you put 20,000 in it, you can take 20,000 out. So it's just, you guess you got to do what's comfortable to yourself as a trader. You know, I would prefer to use Route Firm Capital though myself. I hope that helped. So we broke below the orb, closed back in the orb. Now we're acting like they want to close back out of the orb again. And we're getting really close to putting in a double bottom on the intraday here. Pre-market low, 36. You know, can they save it there? It absolutely looks like they could bounce it down out of this area if they want to. Momentum is ready to bounce. The 5-minute is almost extended. If they push it down here and try to sweep this low, or even just tap it, there's a good chance they want to bounce this. Now we got a whole bunch of confluence down here, 4-hour zones trapped, a imbalance zone down here on the 15-minute, plus the psychological number 27K. So we'll see what they want to do. If they can run this up and close this above, you know, say 75, I'll probably take a long out of here. But they need to prove it, you know. They got about 15 seconds to close this up here. If they can close up above this zone, I'll probably take a long here, a small one. I'm going to go and enter right there at the top of that zone. And put in a stop and see if they want to push this hard out of here. Push hard. Don't stop me out. Let's go. Come on. Push. Nice. Push. They said Vendy's in it. We're going to stop him out before we go anywhere. We can't let him capitalize on any good trading today. Come on, let's go. Push. Yeah. Micro said the 4-hour might need to close before it retraces any. Yep. Could be. We'll see here. They could absolutely bounce this right here out of this area. That was a pretty close to being a double bottom on the intraday here. Well, no, from that pre-market, I guess, pre-market low. But they didn't quite. That should have been harder than that. This has probably got more downside coming. They should have closed this second green candle stronger than that, really. So it's got to make you wonder here. Here we go. Maybe they get the push anyway. Cole scalped short on the orb and then scalped long eval pass. Nice job, Cole. Cole locking in another thing to take profit eval. Somebody posting Discord, all it was Cole. Cole passed the eval. Good job. Oh, Jake posted, that might be what he's talking about. Jake posted in this P&L Discord, I didn't know that. He's got a busy day today. Said he might be done. He's working on some evals himself, and he locked in almost 1,000 in one of them and almost 6 in the other one. Great job, Jake. I didn't realize you'd posted in there. Of course, we went over Merlin's locked in this morning, and now Cole's locked in on the morning. Nice job, everybody. Nice job. Yeah, I like it. Somebody else posted it on the P&L, I think. Gore posted in the P&L today. Got five funded TPTs over. Basically, they're all around 1,400 or close to it today. Nice job, Gore. Love it. Great job. You guys all posting these big numbers. I can't even get to $100. Yeah, it'll be all right. Cole told me to quit my yapping. Said, lock it in, bro. Get it. I can't help it. I get to yapping. Sometimes I ain't even looking at the chart. I'm looking at something else all the time. It does break my focus a little bit, but it's all good. I'll lock it, Cole. I'll get it one way or another. My guy, I'll get it one way or another. Or caught him move up and down on the 15-minute or both long and short, playing both ways, the bull and the bear. And then some in pre-market. Yeah, that was a good drop in pre-market. I guess we're going to stay on the bearish bias on the intraday for today, I guess, especially for now. Just not looking that great. I appreciate that, Cole. It's what it's all about, man. I tried to anyway. See what they want to do here. You know, are they really going to try to build this out right here? I feel like they want to take us down some more, you know. And so it's hard for me to trust it. And I'm going to try not to be trying to counter trend trade. No drops, you know. I prefer to just let it do what it wants to do, and I'll react once it proves to me that there might be a long in play or a good short in play. You know me, I'm not just going to jump into a short like this right here. The only way I would possibly short at the bottom is if I could see the momentum coming into the short and it be a continuation, break a structure like the low of the day like this is about to do. But I don't see the momentum there yet. And it hadn't really gained any kind of momentum when it took out any breaks to the downside anyway. So it makes me question if it's going to find momentum at the low of the day. Especially when, if we're going to be down, I would almost rather sit on my hands until we reach somewhere around 26,875 area and just let it go down. And if I miss the whole move down to there, I want it to come there and let me see how it's going to react and take a long play there. Because that'd be off the 4-hour time frame. And then I could probably position better. Or I could scalp this short, but I don't really want to do that. Say we just broke the low. Not really no hard momentum yet. It's a decent candle there, though. Got about 23 points to the downside to get to the psychological number 27. Okay, so you'd almost think there's a possibility of a bounce play there. Plus, everything's oversold pretty good and extended to the downside. Might get an initial reaction type play there. Morning, Melinda. I appreciate that, Gore. Looks like if anybody's new here and enjoying the stream, make sure you smash that like button on the stream. Help push it out there further. Come join Discord. Links at the beginning of the chat. If for some reason we need to do a reboot, there's a reboot link at the beginning of the chat box. That way you don't have to go search for it. You just go to that link and I'll go live there. Hopefully we don't have that issue though. And it looks like we're already to 16 likes on the stream. We'll get to 20. And I'm going to give somebody the mindset book again today. Appreciate everybody supporting and smashing that like button. It's a nice little push out of this zone down here, huh? What we got there? 15, 55, about 40 points or better. All the time frames look pretty horrible as far as the charts go, you know, breaking down wise. So they're not really getting any kind of buyers stepping in, pushing. Sellers are in control. Look at that. I got in that short looking for a break of structure continuation. They'll probably take it up 1,000 points. What are they trying to do? Don't really think they're going to try to save this down here like this. Ooh, what is that? ATR jumped up 27. They're going to try to take off. I don't know about that. Go and give us some type of inversion long. Do it, do it. I want to see inversion long. Push this thing, push it hard. House, take the first 100K eval, please. What 100K eval and what rule exactly are you talking about? House. Apex. I'm not 100% sure because I can't. I read when they did the rollout of the new face of Apex. I read through everything, but I don't remember. I know the rules ain't nothing like they used to be. I'm pretty sure you can pass it in one day. Come on, push. Candle over candle here. Come on, let's go. Push. Push, 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 push. Close over that 50 on the 1 minute. Push. You can do it. Let's go. Move my stop right up under that candle. Take my base hit if they want to stop me out. I'd like to see them push on up. I might not get it. Could be a sweep of the 50. I don't know if they can give me. Nope. They may try to go and push that on up there to the 5 minute 50. Decent little base hit there. Jake said he's liking Lucid. What they got to offer. I've never used Lucid. I've looked into it myself. Gore, new rule of Apex max 6 withdrawal, and then account is closed. Each withdrawal still have caps. Wow, I didn't know that. I don't remember reading that. That's crazy. So Apex, the new rule is you can take 6 payouts, and then they close the account, and you got to start over. Is that what you're saying, Gore? Hey, no big deal, T-Grave. Glad you're here. Gotta go. See you, Marlon. Have a great rest of your day. Appreciate you showing up, showing out every day with us. And everyone, for that matter. Yeah, I knew that Apex removed the subscription fee, and that you if you fail it, you got to buy another one. But I didn't realize um, some of them. I just had to go back and look. Jake says a guy he watched has Lucid 30 seconds from request to it hitting his account last night. Nice. That's fast for sure. If anybody here is new to the stream, let us know in chat that you found us. You're here. If you're enjoying the stream, make sure to smash that like button. Help push it out there further on YouTube, grow the community, and we are like 18 likes. Only need 2 more, and I'm gonna have to give the book to somebody in chat today. I hadn't used any Apex since the new rollout. I had some at the beginning of the year. I had several over there actually, but over the course of 3 or 4 months, I lost them. Took some payouts on the fundage, but ended up losing them. It happens. There's Swang. Morning, Swang. started reading last night. I appreciate that. There's a lot in there. A lot. So we come back. We got a decent little bounce there for that long play, but rejected off that 50 EMA on the 1 minute. You know, and I believe that if we have some more downside, I'm telling you, I'd like to see this. It's a long ways away, it'd be a couple hundred points, but I'd like to see 26,875. I'd like to see the reaction down there for a long play. In fact, I think I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna rotate out of accounts right now for now, since I got the base hit in there for now. Until something better sets up. I can trade some evals. How about that? And I'm going to go short right now, right here, just eval, because I anticipate something else to the downside here. Come on, let's go. Bring me down here. I appreciate all y'all's kind words and support. Something I probably should have done a long time ago was start doing all this, but I just never seen myself doing such things. And then I don't know, some things changed, and you know, you can only spend so much time. I remember how hard it was, you know, always trying to find information out there or something you could believe or trust, or there's just a lot of stuff out there. It's just a lot of noise. And I was like, well, I'm finally going to give this a go, and I'm going to try to cut through a lot of the noise that I always ran into, you know, when it comes to the trading world. And that's kind of why I started doing what I'm doing, really. And actually try to help people. There's so many people that pretend that like they're trying to do something and they ain't trying to do nothing. At least that's what I found. So I'm trying to create an atmosphere of something that I was looking for, but I could never find myself. I'm looking for some more downside continuation in this. I really don't think they're going to find the legs to really push this real high without taking this down quite a bit further, to be honest. But I could be absolutely wrong about that. That's just kind of the read I see on what's going on with the higher time frames and the way that certain levels have been reacting so far today. Just don't seem seem like that's what they're going to do. Or they're not. They're having a hard time finding the buyers, it seems like, as of right now. Oh man. We got anybody? Is there anybody new here that are just sitting on the sidelines, being quiet, not said anything in chat? If so, let us know you're here. Let the welcoming committee welcome you. Oh man, what are they doing? I'm short, so they're going to say, let's take it long. So right now, I switched over to some evals. So literally what I got going, this is 3 Bullinox evals. So literally I'm sitting here with $60 at risk here in these evals because that's about what I spent on them. And try to hold out on this and see what they try to do at this 50 EMA on the 1 minute again. I'll be looking for, you know, them if they can close this 1 minute candle. If they can close it red, I'll add to my position. If they don't close this candle red, I might have to be patient. It's got 30 seconds. If they don't close it red, I'm probably going to have to cut the trade. I'm in the red too much. So, but then if they do close it red, I'll try to add to the position. Come on, one more candle to the downside. Help me out. Help me out. They said, I don't think so. Probably should have just let them go. Not much drawdown left. It's all right. I'll get it back. Room beats is short. Maybe I should have stayed short. and just let it ride since my drawdown wasn't a lot left. Boom, they're done. Oh well. Now, look there. Tried to go in heavy on some evals. And this goes back to, I think, something from earlier. Micro was asking about personal account or your own cash account or something versus a prop firm. So there it is. I took 3 evals in there heavy and already blew them out of $60. You know, I'm not too worried about that, if you know what I mean. So then we just rotate to some other ones, you know. That's just sometimes part of it. I knew what I was doing. I knew what I was putting up for risk. And then I'll get some more and go heavy again. Maybe. We'll see. That I've said that before, Melinda. It just depends on how disciplined you are. You had been practicing with the paper trading. Uh, you know, if uh, if you're comfortable with what you've been doing strategy wise on your sim, and you take your time, you can pass your eval first try. I mean, it just depends on you and what you're doing. Then if you buy one cheaper up front and then you pass it, yeah, it's going to cost a little more on the backside. But then if you are having a hard time passing them and you're buying, let's say, the ones that require no activation fee, you pay a little more up front. But then if you keep blowing it and you got to pay a reset for that account, that adds up a lot quicker than spending $19, $20 on eval. So, and then are you asking me, do I keep paying for evals until I get funded? Or I mean, what are you trying to say? I mean, I got plenty of funded accounts and accounts waiting to be activated. I just keep evals on standby because they're so cheap. Because I can stack them with Bullinox. I can have however many I want ready to be activated. So if I do blow something, all I gotta do is pay activation fee. Now I wouldn't necessarily buy eval and do what I just did. I mean, but I knew what the risk was, you know. Especially if you go in heavy. But if you take your time and eval, So I think one of the biggest killers to the account for a trader is the fact that if you go into it thinking that you got to do it right now, if you got to pass it like right now, there's some of these rules and some of these things. Okay, so one bad thing on the eval side is when they allow you to pass it in one day. That can mess with somebody's frame of mind, like, oh my gosh, I got to pass this thing today, or they don't have to, but I can pass it today. I can go to funding. So then they try harder to pass it in one day. It's kind of the same thing about people that love their same day payout prop firms. That's good and all until it's not, because a trader can tell me whatever they want, but they cannot tell me that at some point, if they got same day payouts with some prop firm, at some point in their trading career, they're sitting at that desk and only need a certain amount of money. And I know that something has creeped up in their mind trying to do something they shouldn't do just because they can get same day payouts. You don't get same day payouts when you're working a W-2 job, and almost half jobs out there pay bi-weekly. So I don't know what the situation is or the whole deal is about. Oh, I want this one because it's same day payouts because I got to get paid every day. That puts more pressure on the trader having that in their head. I don't even think about things like that. I just want to trade every day. I want to stack consistency, base hits, and focus on the process. And then the payouts are going to follow. But people start pushing to do certain things based around the rules that are allowed, and it can really get them in their head. The drawdown rules hurt the ability to pass, yeah. But that's only one way to interpret that. Those rules are to make you a better trader, to make you become more disciplined as a trader. Take all the times I've heard somebody talk about drawdown. Imagine, say that you cannot pass an eval, and then we blame it on the rules. I really don't think they can take their own money and start a cash account and trade futures and be profitable with no rules around the account. Because if they're not disciplined enough to pass that eval with their trading, then for some reason it's going to be hard for me to believe that they're going to be making money with their own capital. Does that make sense? You have to be disciplined, regardless if you're using your own money or using a prop firm's money. I'm pretty sure I cover a lot of that in that mindset book as well. A lot of what we're talking about here. I think, though, that not only are the rules put there to make you a better trader, I think some rules there can psych traders out, though. Consistency is better than consistency over time is how you're going to survive in this game. Not lucky hits here or there, or full porting accounts and then getting a couple good licks here or there, and then getting the mind frame of it's and I'm not saying it. I mean, there's good traders out there that are taking payouts daily. Don't get me wrong, but they must obviously know how to control themselves. You know what I mean? They're disciplined and everything else. It's just the traps that they put in place for your mind. And they're not really traps, but that's just how the human mind works. And people get caught up in the short-term view and the short-term picture of things instead of looking at the long-term view and the wider scenario. I can tell you right now, you can make $100 or $200 a day consistently, and you'll probably end up being more successful than anybody you're seeing online posting huge P&Ls. It's great to get some nice home runs while you're trading, but it's not necessary to do so. Room Beats still holding the short. Nice job, Room Beats. Like that discipline. Like it. Well, it's what's good, Melinda, is you're saying you have to uh you'll have to change the way you trade. I mean, yeah, possibly. I mean, but I'm telling you, I mean, it seems like most of the time when you hear people complaining about prop firm rules all the time, it's because they have not become disciplined enough to even pass an eval. To be honest, more than likely. I mean, why would you? They're there to make you a better trader. If they didn't have those rules in place, then I guarantee you I bet it'd be a high percentage. Say 80% of people that are trading them evals are probably going to be gambling. Probably gambling anyway. You can't gamble. You can't. This ain't a casino. This is real job. This is real work. This here is just as hard to me as when I was a contractor. The only difference is this is harder on my mind, whereas that was harder on my body wise, labor wise. You know. Jake, you so funny. All right, I'll stop. I'll be quiet. Fine. I'm going silent. Well, got to remember that. So say that say that somebody locks in a base hit for 200, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, whatever, you know, but don't have the discipline to stop there. And they just turn around and trade the same account. They don't lock it down and rotate out. And if they don't have anything else to rotate into a sim account. Practice. Practice. Put in the reps. Why keep putting your capital in there to end up back at break even, or then you're in the red $100, $200 and you're sitting there telling yourself, well, I was in the green this much, why did I even trade again? So then you think, well, I was up, now I'm down, I can get it back. Let me get back in the trade with the same account. Now you're down $500 more. Now you're 1,000 in the red. And then they'd say, well, I can get that back. You know, I mean, at some point you got to lock it down, walk away. Well, I took several payouts, and then changed something the way I was doing some things uh, at the beginning of this year because I was trading mainly just NQ, and the payouts were sporadic. I felt, you know, they wasn't for me consistent enough. to want to keep. I had to change something, you know. Yeah, it was great and all, but I'm looking for building more of a long-term plan, you know, like 30 funded accounts and base hits and let them compound, you know, instead of trying to always worry about getting paid today. And, you know, I don't care if I get paid once this week and 4 times next week, or twice this week and nothing next week and 4 times next week. That don't matter as long as there's money coming into me. Cole, fund accounts demand a set take profit so that the trailing drawdown stays as far away as possible. Yeah, you're right about that, Cole. Yep. Yeah, Gore made a point there, taking weekly payouts, but he leaves some. He don't take all of his payout. He leaves some for buffer. It don't really matter how much he leaves, as long as he leaves something, because then that there by itself compounds. As long as he's staying green, and before you know it, your buffer is bigger. I mean, these are all very good points. Very good points. The one Cole's talking about demanding a take profit set is because they'll if you are in profit $200, but then it comes back and you sell it 100, they're going to base it by your highest day average or whatever is there. So, I mean, all these are really great points, no doubt. I can tell you, don't whatever you do, focus on your own process and what you're doing, and don't really think too much about somebody else is doing and their P&L or whether or not they're taking payouts. Because in this world, it's not you against anybody in this chat. It's us against us. You know, we are trading against ourselves, not against each other. It's not a competition. This is to help everybody grow and become better at trading and make it in this world, or in this game, should I say. Nice job, Cole. I mean, that's what it's all about. You know, and I'll tell you now, the hardest part from trading evals and getting into a funded account, if you are disciplined and consistent, and you are going for base hits and not trying to hit home runs every day or whatever, it's going to seem a lot harder to get from the time you started your funded account to the first payout. But once you get to the first payout and take a payout and stay consistent, do whatever you did to get there, you're going to get to your next payout even faster because the buffer's in there. But it is a good idea to leave some if you can, or say, you know, let's say if you had a minimum payout you could take because it was your first one, and you could take out, say, 1,500, maybe leave 250, maybe 500 if you don't need the 1,500, and just take the 1,000 and leave that extra buffer in there, and then do it on the next one. If you don't need the whole amount of the minimum that you can take, leave a small portion out for the buffer. But once you get to the first payout, hitting them base hits becomes easier to the next one because you don't have nowhere near as far to go to get to another payout. Now, with that said, with the with daily, somebody that does daily payouts, you know, you just get the buffer in, and then however much you get above it, you know. The rules are different everywhere for different prop firms. Most of them are within closely the same, but they all a little different, a little bit. So you always got to make sure you read up on what they got. That's a smart thing to do, Melinda. Get the lay of the land with it, you know. Try to make sure you understand it the best you know. For me, I couldn't really get the answers I was looking for back when I was getting into futures, so I went in feet first, bought some evals, and was like, whatever, I'll figure it out along the way. Looks like T-Grave passing eval 50K with my funded futures. Good job, T. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, I bet I did something that none of y'all did today. I blew 3 evals. How about that one? I doubt that I'm going to lose any sleep over it, but I did. That was in that section of the stream of what not to do. I'm making sure nobody's following me what I'm doing. Obviously nobody is, otherwise there'd be other people that blew some. And that's what I like. This ain't a signal room, this is an educational room. This is a educational and structure, based on structure and confluences and deep conversation. None of that ranting on about a bunch of nonsense. Ain't got nothing to do with trading. I hope y'all are enjoying it. I try to keep, I try not to go quiet, but sometimes there's just not enough activity in the chat, and then I don't know. Sometimes I lose thought on things to talk about. Took the sale at 11 a.m. Let's see, that's way back here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What we got going here? Why didn't anybody tell me to buy down here in this zone? Like Cole said, I need to quit ranting and start trading and lock in. If you guys are new to the stream, let us know in chat. Probably scared to say anything if we're too crazy, I guess. Just created a double bottom. Yeah. I missed it. I'm making somebody think. I don't know, Melinda. You think that's true? I don't know about that. I think people are falling asleep on me. I hope that I'm making some people think. Maybe dropping a nugget here or there, and it just makes them go quiet and think a little deeper, or look back at something, or have that light bulb go off in their head, the aha moment. All right, guys. If you're liking the stream, make sure you smash that like button. We need one more like on the stream, and I'm going to give away the mindset book to somebody in chat today. One more. If we hit 20, I said I'd give a book out to somebody in chat today. We're at 19. If we hit 30 today on the chat, then I'll do 2 people. Or 30 people on the stream, I mean. What do we got going on here? I appreciate you saying that, your team and Gore. I appreciate that. You know, I hope that's the case. That's kind of what I was talking about earlier about. I couldn't find. I'm trying to put something out there like something I couldn't find when I was looking, and it's taken me years to get where I'm at. And I just want to cut through the noise. There's so much false hope and other things out there. There's way too much noise out in the world for trading, I think. If I could just help a small percentage of people bypass all the heartache that I dealt with, learning and the stepping stones, you know, then I'm accomplishing something that I wanted to, that I was trying to do. I wonder if we can get a bigger pullback than this. Really hadn't got much to the long side at all today. Some little bounces here or there. I would love to see this pull back into that 875 area. Might not ever happen though. Could it be possible that they found something here with a double bottom on the intraday and maybe find some legs? Maybe some buyers going to step in somewhere? I doubt it, but maybe it's a possibility. Who knows? All right. Let's see here. Cole posted in the P&L again. Showing some stats there. Great job, Cole. KCAT. KCAT turn it up. All kinds of P&Ls in there. Trades she's done today. Great job, KCAT. Melinda says, had some very good mentors. Just the little words of wisdom that are game changers. Yeah, I can agree with that. Totally agree with that. We you know, I've lost some evals before on the stream, but usually the same day that I lose a few, I end up passing a few, it seems like. So I got into some more, rotated into some other ones. But I'm not liking the price action. So I'm not going to take a trade quite yet. I'm definitely not going to get in heavy in some more evals like I did until I wait for what I want to see. Like right now, I would probably play the break of structure continuation to the downside if they take out the double bottom. I think they'll find some momentum if they take that level out. They need to take 27K out. If they take 27K, I really think we could see 850. I mean 875 at least to the downside. But if they can hold this level, maybe they want to drive it up for the rest of the day. You know what I mean? So then I would be looking for some long plays. But man, it's so bearish on the intraday. So bearish. Huh. All right then. It's like we hit 20 likes on the stream so far, so I'm going to be giving away at least a copy of the mindset book today to somebody in chat. I do appreciate that, everyone. Man, ATR is down around 15 or so. You know, I just don't know what you guys are thinking, but guys and gals, traders, I think it's wanting to go down. We'll see. No, thank you. What, Micro? Oh, what a day. They're going to try to build base down here and try to get us a long play out of here. Ah, my bad. I read it wrong. You're welcome. Things are moving awfully fast, Micro. Sometimes I can't keep up. Now. Micro is talking about the 4 hour. That's what I've been paying attention to with that level I was looking at. Oh, you think they might want to retest 150, huh? Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. That's where I'm getting my. I want to see them tag 875 on the 4 hour to the downside. So this gonna be a triple bottom. Are they gonna short this here? I'm gonna risk it and see if they can find the sellers to push. Oh man, I might be regretting it. Yeah, I think there's more downside in it. I've been thinking that all along, but a little risky, you know. Since they didn't break it back here, continuation the first time, now they barely swept this time, and we'll see. That's a lot, micro. I wouldn't say it's standard, but it wouldn't be the first time, probably. I mean, there's been some very big down days and there's been some very big up days, you know. The fact that we had pushed all-time highs and kept pushing them all last week, tapped into them again overnight last night. I mean, there is a there is a lot of room to the downside for this to go. Yeah, I agree, Melinda. There's much more room to the downside that could come from the legs that we took to the upside. No doubt about that. Whole market's trying to crucify me for being wrong. All right, Gore, have a great rest of your day. We'll see you on the next one. Same for you, Melinda. Have a great rest of your day. Hope to see you on the next one. Thanks for showing up, guys and gals. Yeah, Swang, it is. I agree 100%. I shouldn't even be trading, but normally I wouldn't be. Normally, you know me, I'll be sitting around waiting on something, but I'm hoping to see more downside here. I want to catch it up here and take it down. But I could be crazy to even think they're going to try to get down to that level today. So today, where usually we focus every day on being patient and have discipline and wait for it to come to you, your trade plan. Now I'm going to teach you guys what not to do. This is what you see most people end up doing on the daily, more than likely. Maybe not all of y'all, but at some point or another, this is a craziness that goes on. The good thing for me is I can do this, and uh, it's never good to blow a eval or anything like that, but it's a lesson that can be learned, and it's not real expensive, thankfully. Because what I took the entry on the short play on anticipation of the break here of the intraday double bottom, when ideally you're supposed to wait for the break and the retest to confirm entry on the retest for the entry. A number one killer of how you lose on some trades is because you take early entry like I just did. I should have waited, see if they break below, and then do the retest. So often people jump straight in with the entry, and then they get what just happened to me, and then I'm in the red, you know? And then the other thing that happens once you go in the red, and then if you buy more, say you dollar cost average in, as soon as you get in the green, you start you scale out or close, and so you sat through several $100s worth of red or better and got green like 20 bucks, and you cut it. And then what if it keeps going, you know? And then you're beating yourself up over the fact that you sat through the misery of the red only to go green and then cut it immediately. And then it ends up going your way, and then you might even start chasing it, you know? That's how all these trades play out. It can get in your mind, have y'all twisted, messed up. Old Roombeat says still short. Good job. You've been short for a while. Yeah, Roombeat. So, I mean, I'm guilty of that as well. I mean, I've done it. So it's okay if you're okay with it and then don't start chasing it. You know what I mean? But if you're good with getting out break even because then you're just done with the trade, you know? I've been that way several times, just happy to be done and be away from the trade, you know? So they're fighting to push this to the upside pretty good, it looks like. Bears and the Bulls. Bears and the Bulls. Yeah, death candle. 12 o'clock market time. So we hit that whole hour, so there ain't no telling what's going to go on here. That's why probably volume picked up a little bit, it seems like. And then they decided to rip. Somebody called out 66. It looked like it almost got there. T-Grave said that. Room beat said, go down. Yeah. ATR is up around, I don't know, 15, 16. You promised to eat the veggies? That's funny. K-Cat posting the P&L, passed an Apex eval today as well. Nice. Bull and Ox funded coal, working towards the buffer, locked in some nice green in the Bull and Ox. Great job, Cole, K-Cat. Gore passed 3 evals. Looks like they really fighting to push this up here. No hard rejection yet. T-Grave said it was in the sell zone, I guess, in top step. You would think that it would be, but they're fighting pretty hard up here. Plenty of room for expansion on the 5-minute chart as well to the upside. We'll see. See if sellers can stay in control here. No. They just popped them other ones by 69.50. All right then. Yeah, it does kind of looks like the sellers could be done for the day. They're definitely getting beat up on right now. Trust me, I learned the hard way. Okay. Guess that's out of question. Maybe getting the drawdown to way down there at that 800 level. Yeah. Micro said that 175 off the 4-hour chart. Is Parent House still in the chat right now? If you're still in the chat, Parent House, let me know in chat, please. Let's go. Don't forget to smash that like button on the stream. Help push it out there further on YouTube. Excuse me. T Grave got stopped. Stop hit. If Parent House is still in the chat, let me know. You are the winner of the FTE Trader Mindset book. If not, I'm going to have to choose someone else if you're no longer in chat right now with us today. I'll give it about 5 or 6 minutes to see if you're still in chat. If you're on the stream and not active in chat and want a chance, you have to be at least been active in the chat so that I can, because I choose from the comments in the chat for the winner. Hmm. A nice little leg up out of that 27K area. See if they can hold this. You know, maybe they try to consolidate, flag us a little bit for some more upside. Still more room to expand it upside on the momentum on the 5-minute chart anyway. Although they could try to get it expanded up here to the 50 on the 5-minute right up here at around 113, 14, 15 area if they want to go for that. I don't think Parent House is in the chat anymore today. It don't look like. So I'm going to scroll through and see if I can scroll through the chat and just stop the comments and choose somebody out of the comments here. Micro, you still in the chat? Micro, if you in the chat, let me know. If you are, you win the book. Hey, Micro, if you want the book, you're the winner. It's up to you if you want it. If you do, send me a DM in Discord, and later on, after I'm off stream today, I will send you a link to download it for free. All right. Yeah, just hit me up in my DMs, and I'll get you a link to it. Room Beach, you're here. Yeah, it was Parent House is who I was waiting to hear from, but I don't think they're in chat anymore. ATR slowed down some, we're around 12 or so, and around 12:15 market time. Take 6 long out of here. See if we can get the push up to the 50 EMA on the 5-minute. Put some sales in along the way at structure as take profit. Come on, buyers. What are y'all doing? Room beat's still short. We can we could find some buyers. We might get a push on up here, but maybe not. Oh, let's go push it. Itty bitty base hit. Price action is nasty. ATR still sitting down there around 13 or 14. Still holding this up here above that. Trying to hold above this trend line here. Excuse me. Looks like they, what if they go into a holding pattern here for, the hour or better? Like they're breaking out of the holding pattern. Are they going to suck this and push it back up? Uh, Jake saying that the second red 5-minute candle, top wick looks like they're doing good. Might get the dump that you're looking for, room beats. Might just be coming. I think I'll just stay on the sidelines and root for you from the sidelines. It's kind of like, what if they come back down and do like a try to test that bottom again, you know? That ATR's done dropped under 10. So I might not see anything set up that I'm going to try to put any risk on anytime soon. Might be afternoon or something. Come back in power hour. Room beats flip long. All right, Micro. If not, appreciate you being here. Have a good rest of your day. We'll see you on the next one if we're not. Excuse me. You got it, Cole. You can do it. You'll get back. Patience and discipline. Excuse me. Nice. I like that, Cole. Yeah, room beats. Yeah, you flipped long, didn't you? Good job. Nice. I had walked away from the computer. I just got back. It's nice. Mhm. That's a nasty looking candle there. Seven mini time, huh? 7 mini time. Push, push. Very nice. Keep pushing. Come on, push. You can do it. Come on, you can push up. Or not. Let's go. Yeah, that was having a hard time pushing through right there. Hmm. Well, bottom side of the 50 on the 5, so kind of to be expected, at least on the initial reaction, close to it. Maybe if they can find some more buyers, you know. Yeah, it is looking strong again. Itty bitty pullback. Doesn't if they can close that candle, I mean, 30 seconds, you know, if they can close that candle, nice full green candle, especially close to the 50 on the 5 minute, that would be real nice. Close to it or broke above it a little bit. Although they're not pushing hard enough here. About 10 seconds left. Man, I don't think they got it. Price action just been horrible today. Come on now. The fight is still on, I guess, a little bit. Might not be a bad idea. I mean, just depends on where it weighs in on your own risk management, you know. If you're already up on the day and don't need to lock it in and give it and can give it time to breathe, that might be exactly what it needs, actually. Or just under the 50 EMA on the 1 minute. I don't know what your entry is, but if it's under 62, you know, I would probably be willing to give it enough room to come down to that level in case it wanted to pull back a little. It's hard to say with the way the price action is today. Definitely nothing pretty about the chart today. Oh yeah, you got good entry. If I was in it down there, I'd probably have mine under the 50 EMA on the 1 minute. just because I wouldn't want it to come all the way back to break even. Although if I was in an eval, I would maybe give it more room than that. To the moon, he said. To the moon. Is it 7 many time? 55 is Jake's entry. I don't remember what my entry was. We got a decent hit out of it though. The pink line on my chart room beats. It's right now at 27,063. Anybody new in chat enjoying the chat stream, make sure you smash that like button on the stream. Help push it out there on YouTube further. Expand the FTE community. Come join the Discord. Check things out over there. I said I'd give 2 copies of the mindset book away today if we got to 30 likes. I don't know if we'll get there or not. Well, you'd have passed if you 7 minute. Yeah. Yeah, could have. Or it could have went the other way and blowed it, I guess. Don't be like me. I was giving out lessons earlier, Jake, on how to blow it, eval. Wouldn't do that with an eval unless it was as cheap as those, though. If it was one of them more expensive ones where you don't pay activation fee, I'd have to be a little more serious about it. They're going to try to save this again on this pullback here. Man, what in the world is going on? Ugly price action. All the way around. Just ugly price action. Ugly. Excuse me. Been a nasty day on NQ for sure. Yeah, question is how low will it go? You know? Man, are they gonna squeeze it? They might give you your green candle. Are they gonna squeeze? Don't look too promising, does it? Not yet, anyway. Show us what you got. I guess I could probably try to go in short here and it would probably go up for you since it would go the opposite direction of my entry or where I want it to go. Uh-oh. Come on, push. Y'all know y'all want to push. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Yeah, looking a lot better for sure. They got to give us a decent green candle. They need to close up here, say around 775. Come on, push. Come on, push. You can do it. Another good green candle. Close up here around 775. The fight is on. Yep, yep, it is weak. Come on, push, squeeze it. About just after 1 market time. Oh, squeeze. You can do it. Nice. You can do it. Push. You can do it. Push it. Come on, you can push it to 775 at least. There you go. Now get on up here. Oh no. Squeeze. Come on. Just a little bit more squeeze. It's just a few points too much to ask for. Don't you do it. Come on. 10 more points. You can do it. Come on, you can do it. 10 more points. Snap up there real quick. Oh, that's the wrong way. All right. A decent little pull on that, I guess. Slow and steady on the base hits. Excuse me. They got room to keep on pushing it if that's what they want to do. It might be somewhat of an ugly push, but I guess it is what it is. See what they can make out of it. Come on now. Push it. Come on, let's go. Push it back up. Push, push it, push, push. Squeeze it a little more than that. Come on, push. You can do it. Nice. Push. Push, 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 push. I don't like that trade. I'll just get myself out of there before I end up in the red. I think I'm going to call it a day here on the stream, everyone. And get away from these charts for a little while. Go have some lunch. Maybe come back and see what it's looking like around power hour. Appreciate everybody who showed up and showed out today. And I hope to see everybody back on tomorrow. And we'll do it all over again. Everyone have a great rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow, Swain. Room beats. Jake, anybody who's left in the chat, several people in here. I will see everybody tomorrow.